Hello, hello. Okay, I think that's working. Yes. Yay. It's always nice when it works right away. Alright, let's see. I should put an alarm so that I know when I have to leave. Like 8 in the morning. Well, I have to check when I have to leave at 8 in the morning, so let's just put a thingy. 8:10, alright. And then... Need to remember I'm doing the laundry at like... like half an hour. Okay. Oh. Right, this deck. So many first years in fixing, but not a really amazing splashes, you know, that we found for like rares, just the root manipulation. Yeah, it was an interesting draft. Okay. Me. I think 10-7 is correct because we have these three early that are green that are fixing. We have double green but no double blue. I'll fix these later, actually. That's... I don't know why I'm looking at them now. I think I was going to run 16 here because of these three and the potioners if we were running all of those and the surveyor finds lands. I do like all of the creatures here. I might go down one fractal mascot. That looks about right. Because you do the additive and the wild hypothesis here currently. One procrastinate might be an easy cut, except that with the paradox surveyor that cares about X spells finds X spells, so we have the like terrafractal in that. Would cut one of these, except I don't have any other draw effects as such, so I think... I mean, I've got Surveil, but not draws, so I think these two gotta stay in. As many... Like, that's too many 5-drops, I think, but... hopefully it's okay. We have a lot of ramp. I may still cut 1 and 1. Gonna have to make more cuts anyway. Summer! I actually like Aviator in this deck just because it can give the big-ass, you know, fractals flying that Berta poops out. It can give Fractal Mascot flying. I kind of like it. Don't know about this thing. I feel like it might be a little bit too much of an... I don't know. This isn't fixing. This is ramp. And it also is like a creature that can get big. I think we can make the other creatures big with the testers. So I think that might be a cut. I'm looking at this run behind and trying to figure out, like... Chase Inspiration is really only protecting Berta. That's, like, the thing I care about most. I just think 3 mana for a 1/2 here is just not as good as running these out early if we get them, or the Potioner's Trove. Maybe the Potioner's Trove goes, actually. It does give us, root manipulation mana, but we have 3 ways to fetch it otherwise. It does give us the incidental life gain of casting instants and sorceries, which is nice. But it might not be necessary. Hey, Hexa! Seven stream streak, alright. So we could let the Divergent go if that's not what we're doing here. We're not just getting back all of these. They're good, but the root manipulation is the only one I... I do like this, but I think here we... Since most of our removal, like, stuff is not heavy removal, I think that's probably... fine. Alright, so 10, 7, 1... 3 sources here. Alternatively, I can put the Fractal Mascot back in and the ramp, and then the 3 drop. And just try to ramp into big things all the time. I mean, we're still sort of doing that, but it's less a plan. It's fine. We can switch into that if we really want to. Okay. Phew. Okay. Summer, I'm glad you got there, you know, despite only drawing your bomb once. That's nice. Alright, I would like to play first. So I see bear and 2 lands. I keep. Hello. We only have 1 double green, but we have so much more green, so we're gonna fetch the swamp now. Go, bear, go! Get in there. They counter this, so be it. The composer's better next turn anyway. Yeah, Manic, we will be discussing it, definitely. I'll let everybody know first, since if that's not your thing, totally understand. But for those of you who are curious, we're going to be looking at it. Ooh, free 1 damage, nice. Yes, Manic, seriously. It's pretty repulsive. Ah, thank you for the 1/1. Yeah, the Pinkertons. They did send the Pinkertons after that person who got early access to stuff. By mistake, if I recall correctly. Wasn't, like, intentionally evil or anything like that. I can procrastinate the tabulator and then fractalize the mana worm. But I think this turn we're just gonna go in with the flyers. And ask them whether they can deal with Berta. They can! A road isn't something I thought was coming. But okay. Surprised they didn't use that on a flyer. But, you know, so be it. Sure. So the mana's 3. Sure. Alright. Mascot it is. So they're fully banned. Okay. They have 2 roads. Okay. All right. At least it's ramping us, I guess. I'm gonna do 2 so I get under disdainful stroke. They may have, you know, hexproof or something, but we'll see. I could try for this, but I think they have something, so we're just gonna go next to combat. If they go for something on, like, the Campus Composer or something, we can fractalize. Right. Okay. Okay, they're dead. So the chase inspiration is going to be very good here. A road's going to be nice for us because ramping is at least interesting, and this at least gives us a flyer. That's fine. We would be so much more worried about bounce from them, which was because we have a lot of tokens. And things that get big that we don't want bounced. I've only seen 3 creatures from them, so I can't really figure out whether the procrastinates are out. Like, if I need to run the... If the run behind's really bad. They have a few... Like, run behind seems good so far. Like, seems really good against theirs, because they are also putting counters on things, so I think we're okay. I'd rather the run behind than the procrastinates. And the fractalize there was going to win us the game if possible, but the fractalize against them is not very good. Against these 2 creatures, at the very least. But it can help us win by making something very large. Alright. My hair's still wet. Showers. Yay. I'm clean. That's a lot of land. I don't think I'm supposed to keep this. Oh. Even though it has bear and 2 lands, like, but it also has like 5 lands. I think we mulligan this. Alright, that's not much better. Oh god, they went down to 4? Guess it's good we have a slow hand against them, so we at least get a game, but still. A swamp? Okay, now I'm confused. Yeah, that's a card. Okay. I'm sorry, OP. That they were really probably depending on the surveil of that to make the game work out. And so when I killed it after they mulled so little, I mean, I cannot fault them at all. Okay. That's a good draw. Opponent is a Lord of the Rings fan, very clearly. They got the Lord of the Rings lands, Gandalf, and the Lord of the One Ring here over here. Okay. Paused there, so they have something. Alright, so chase, landscape, and tester. Okay. Witherbloom. But it paused before this landed, so I wonder... It could be the, like, target player loses 1 life, you... Because that can be played no matter what. Because it's each up to 1 creature, etc. And you can target the player, so I think that's a possibility. There's a couple other possibilities. Oh, that's a card. That's going to be difficult to win against. Guess we get Berta online. Hope they don't have removal. If they do have removal, the one small saving grace is that they're at least they're not maybe not playing a creature also. Keep it secret. Keep it safe. All right. They did have that. So they're going to use that and a removal spell, like a punch spell, the one that I have, knockout maneuver. Tackle. God damn it. All right. Suppose they at least had to use 2 spells, but that's a little rough. All right, so we do this. We do the Aviator. Go charge for 3. In the turn. Next turn we can Fractal Mascot. You get to draw a card. Can procrastinate and then jump if the aviator survives and the mascot survives. God, the archaic is so stupid early. Looks like they have some sort of removal for it. We're gonna attack with all of these. I'm not gonna jump the surveyor, I don't think. Because depending on what they play, I want to... If they bounce... They won't bounce, because I don't think there's any bounce in that color. But, depending on what they do, we want to fractalize something to be bigger, or we want to be able to pest brew post, so we don't die on the crackback, I think. Alright, so let's go next to damage. +1/+0 and indestructible, okay. Let's let that resolve for now. So far I'm okay with these. Don't care. Damn it! Son of a bitch. Okay. I do care about that. And I can't fractalize it for enough, so that's annoying. Hmm. God damn it. Just needed one more turn. Hmm. Might have been able to play the tester out here, too. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to fractalize and give them a card, I think. Yeah, I should have played this, because I think I could have gotten one counter on it. I think I still can. Oh, wait, I was only going to play this. Yeah, no, I should have played it prior to the procrastinate. That's what I should have done. I didn't think I had enough. I wasn't sure what I was going to try and pump or make. Yeah, no, I should have planned it out sooner. So I think the tester first, then we have a counter on it from the procrastinator. Procrastinate, rather. I don't think we're going to surveil. I think we're going to try and draw something. Ugh. Archaic is so dumb and limited. Collapse, it appears to be both. But most of what WotC does is dictated by Hasbro at this point, as far as unionization is. They're dead? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it! Alright, so, I mean... The sloth might not be as good as another mascot in this matchup. But if they get any faster of a start, like they had to take time off to kill Berta. If they get any faster of a start, I'm gonna want the sloth early. Ugh. There's a lot of good stuff in their deck. All right, let's go. We'll see how it goes. Okay. This isn't 5 lands, so we'll try it. Go, little bear, go. That's a good card. Do I have to wait for the archaic? I think we just knockout maneuver that for now. I don't have to do it yet, though. I could thin more. Oh, there's all sorts of stuff. Move on. We block neither of the things if they come in. Actually, we might We could double... No, that's not gonna happen. Never mind, I lied. Could double block this just to make them spend the mana, but I don't think we do that. I'm very surprised they didn't play this out and then do that. That's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna leave the Quandrix Charm up. I just don't want them drawing cards because they seem to be slightly stuck, so... They have a handful of gas, and we still have 2 lands, so that's a little bit rough. I would counter anything here, basically. Oh, fuck me. Alright, 9 lands. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spells. Okay. I can double block, force the pump, then put this back on top of their library. It does trigger for life gain, which is a little bit annoying. I'd rather save this for the pest mascot. So I think we're just gonna not block. Fuck me. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, we're gonna lose this one to Flood, nothing else. Like, this is... There are 6 lands left and 25 cards. Alright, that's at least something. But I don't think it's gonna be enough. We just have too little going. They still have removal. They have like a ton of cards in hand. Like, we know they have a ton of removal, so... This is not going well. I could have not attacked, but we need to try to find something to do. Like... I'm not even sure I'm supposed to surveil at this point, at this upkeep stop, because we need something like a giant Terrafractal or, Embrace the Paradox plus something else. Yep. Well, we're still gonna do it. I have to get something. That is not when you flood. This is when you do not want that card when you flood. And there's the paradox. All right, well, I'm just gonna do it now. Put this onto the battlefield and die. Okay, that's shitty. Screw beats flood. Really? All right. Opponent has rares and jokes. And my deck has jokes. All they have to do is kill the surveyor, so we're just waiting for them to do that. Okay. Alright, maybe we can play the next game? That would be super cool. Dear God. Alright. The fuck, man? So many lands. Okay. I'm gonna try this. Not our best hand, but also not our worst. I need lands. That is not a fucking land. this is bad. If we go from flood to screw, I'm gonna be really sad. But it does look like that's what we're doing. I was already really sad from that flood. That's what they drew last time, too. And then they drew the arcade. Well, let's see. One land gets me Berta. Landscape Painter plus knockouts on this one. Not very impactful, but I guess we do it. Alright, they can use their spell if they want to here. They're gonna draw a card off the Scholar if their thing dies. Yeah, that's what I thought they had. Okay. That's why we didn't block with one of the other ones. They had to have just... Oh, Jesus Christ. Their draws are unbelievable compared to ours. I'm very annoyed. This is like the same stuff they had last time in the same sequence. Is the Archaic next? Like... I need them not to have removal for Berta. Like, Oh, it's Witherbloom. It's worse. Okay, cool. I don't know how I beat those draws. Move a counter, add a card. Just make a big fractal and knock out maneuver the Witherbloom? lock's gonna be a problem too. If they have the indestructible trick, this goes poorly. But I think we still do it. Another fucking one? Jesus Christ. Okay. One off playing the fractal mascot. Okay, so we're just gonna, hold up the Berta, I think. So I could make a 2-2. By playing this and drawing a card, and if I get a land, drawing 2 cards, get a land. Nah, not good enough. Okay. We're just gonna make the fractal. Yeah, Berta's doing her thing. Two cards in hand. There's one card I'm very scared of. It's one we have in our hand. And I think next turn, if I survive, we take play the Terrafractal in a 1/1. One, two. Alright, I'm actually gonna... I'm actually going to end the turn. I'm going to bird up. Because I'm going to hold up front, run and fractalize here, just in case. The one thing I'd be worried about also is the black-green wrath, where they could pay life to destroy everything on the board. So I've got to start attacking and doing some damage. I think they might be just doing this to draw a card, but we'll see. Yeah. That we would have loved in our deck. If I get a swamp, it's over. Yeah. We could probably win anyway. But, like, if I get a swamp, it's just so damn over. There's nothing they could have. Alright, next. Whew. But yeah, between the bounce that we had in hand and the moose, I think I mean, it depends on... we didn't have enough mana for both, I don't think, yet. We had 3 and 4, so 7 total, so it wouldn't have been enough. But I don't know what we draw there, and we kind of just also attack all at that point, most likely, just for the win there. There's not a lot they could have to avoid losing all of their creatures, at the very least, even if they don't die that turn. I love that we have all 3 of our early ramp and no lands to play them. This is if the tester and the one of the studios were gone, this would be a great freaking hand with 2 lands. Fuck, not a green source, really? I guess we keep 6. This sucks. All right. We have 10 green sources and 7 blue sources. So that's fun. Whee! I probably shouldn't continue to play this out because they have 5 mana next turn, and I can't play the majority of cards in my deck, so. Eh. I can't keep lands, but I need lands. Ugh, fuck me. Alright, well. I'll keep the Surveil land, I guess. I probably should, when they, like, I mean, I couldn't really pause in time. When they played the Arcane Omens, I should have, conceded so they didn't see the rest of the deck, and I should have just gone to the next game. But we are learning more about their deck, at least. The problem is they've seen my best card, and I have now seen not a lot. Like, depending on what they play next turn, I might actually just concede and go to the next one. God damn it. How am I not screaming at the screen right now? I cursed. What the fuck is their deck? Alright, I'm gonna go to the next one. They've got too many cards in hand and too many things to do. I'm just going to go to the next one and hope that their mana doesn't work out quite that way for them again. And that hopefully I can play cards. Be super cool. It was a no-land hand into two of our... The one we have 7 of, not 10. So that was rough. Into opponent playing Arcane Omens to take out the rest of our hand because we were down cards off of a treasure token that they made with a goblin. Like, a little rough. I don't think it could have gone worse. Not much. Anyway. Okay. So I either want to counter this or hold up to counter something else. I think we actually just do counter this. You can make it a 5/5 instead, either. There's two ways to effectively counter it. I do have draw 3 in my hand, but I also want this draw 2. And the pressure against a spells deck. Okay, and if they want to use that, 2 pieces of removal on it, we're okay. I'd like to kill that entirely, but I can't. Oh, I need to hope that they don't have removal for the mascot here. I do love that in all of these games, I don't think I've seen the chase inspiration once. Okay, what am I doing? We know they have the 4 damage Wrath, so I don't necessarily put the Scientist on the board right now. But I do want to go a little bit wider, so that the Fractalized is lethal. If they play the 7-drop instead next turn with the 2 3/3s, I'm definitely going to want this. So I'm going to play this out. If they play the Wrath, hopefully they can't also get rid of the mascot. They're using individual removal like that, maybe we're okay. Yeah, okay, I think... No, they go to 7? I think I can still kill them. Yeah, I think Fractalized can still kill them. Unless they have Force of Will. Six, 7. We're gonna go Exactsies so that if they have days, then we don't run into that. Not Exactsies, +1. Okay, we got there on that one. God, I really wish I could kill that little paint thing each time. Alright. Am I gonna try Arena Direct? I don't know. It's so much money. I might try one. We'll see. Aren't they a while from now, though? There it is. I found the chase. Alright. Gonna need some lands. It's gonna be in the middle of the week, really? What day is it today? It's like Monday, right? No, now it's Tuesday because it's 4:53 in the morning, but yeah. The deck is a fucking mess, but it's working out for them. So I can cast that until blah blah blah. Huh. I think this is important to get down. Okay, so now I'm more worried about the Wrath. That's what I have to worry about here. I really want to be able to... But I also want to, like, them not to take apart my hand, so... I really want to play this out, but I want to put a counter on it first. Oh, wait, no, I can because of the additive evolution. Or I can draw 2 here. I want to get this down, I think. Base power and toughness equal to... Okay. God fucking damn it. Amanda's keeps working out for them, definitely. Alright. So unfortunately the Wrath is like a little bit of a problem here. The 4 damage, because it does wipe these 3 and I can't draw more, but I'm hoping that that's not what they have. Okay. Booyah. Whew. Okay. Yay! 3-0, let's go. Nice. Very nice. I was worried about that deck. I don't think... I mean... It's fine. It drew really well after, like, apart from that one game. So I was really happy about that. But I do think it was a little weak as a deck overall compared to what, you know, you can have Quandrix be. Like, it doesn't have any Proctor's Gaze or, etc. I mean, Mind into Matter would be rare. I'm looking at like commons and uncommons that are missing to make it really powerful. Like more Paradox Surveyors or like, yeah. And it worked out though. Very happy about that. Okay, cancel that. Okay, so really quickly, I have to go and change the laundry. And run to the restroom. So, I'll be back in about 2 minutes, 3 minutes max, and, maybe 4 max. I don't know. Keyboard coloring is fine. It's not that great. I'm usually quite happy with, decks that don't contain it, but, it's fine. I'm not unhappy to run it necessarily. I'm gonna draft first, then I'll do the other stuff. Okay, sorry. Then I'll do the laundry in the bathroom. It's fine. Everything's fine. Also need to get a long sleeve shirt. I'm actually getting chilly. I don't know. It fired. I'm shedding. It fired really fast last time. It, like, immediately. And now it's got 2 seats. Like, yeah. I don't know. I feel like I should wait. I don't want to keep people waiting if I am gone. Like, I might run to the restroom. That will be fast enough, I think. Be right back. GG's, that was crazy. Your deck was performing really well. I was scared. Looked like 5 color. It was not green, but looked like it was 4 color, yeah. All right, here. Did we get it? Oh, no, 1 seat. Okay, so I'll get a long sleeve shirt. got the hoodie Prof sent me. Here we go. Do. Yep. It is very comfortable. But being free was the best part, I think. It was so sweet of Brian to send it. I love it. You could probably contact Prof and see whether it's still there. Alright. Gonna see if we can get this last one. Otherwise I will go and flip the laundry. Oh man. Whew. Yeah, today looks like it's going to be really warm. It just right now it's 5:08 in the morning, so it is currently 54 degrees. It's going to be 82 today. Okay. I think we take together as one, but there is a Library of Alexandria. In limited, like, with this type of, you know, thing, library is not actually that good unless you get it in your opening hand. That's the key. And even then it puts you slightly behind because, yes, you're drawing a card, but you aren't playing anything that turn to affect the board. I think I'm gonna take this because I haven't gotten to play soup with this forever. Skywell here? Wander off. Royal treatment's interesting. There's a scrollsmith as well to pull it together as one back. I would prefer to be teamer base with this card than to be using the white heavily. So, like, the Lorecaster would go well there, too. Fascinating. Alright, we'll take a Scrollsmith for you. I'm fine with that. Embrace, Last Gasp, Rubble. Micah would be hilarious if we could get... Oh, that'd be really interesting. Well, the Rubble leads to the best, like, deck with Scrollsmith if this isn't open and, Lorehold is. Interesting. Two good Silverquill cards, two good Witherbloom cards. Tablet is wonderful. I'm probably taking that. I don't really like Suspend Aggression. There's also Hydro Channeler that fixes further together as one. But I think we take this. Jeebus. Fetch. Okay, okay. I'm not taking Brush Off. Okay. So it's between a Johnny's Response and the Spectacle Summit. I think it's a Spectacle Summit here. But this is fun. I really like Zimone's Experiment in this type of deck. I'm actually gonna take that, I think. Yeah. I want that Embrace the Paradox, damn it. Oh well. Ooh. And a Proctor's Gaze? Crap. Okay, I think we want the Proctor's Gaze. It sucks that it might wheel. Like, it might, given that we saw that there were a couple really late, Quandrix cards. And I do love Stock Up here. It's great, but I can't throw this away because, remember, it fetches a basic land and puts it onto the battlefield. So I can't risk this doesn't coming down. And it's also interaction, which we actually need. Berserk! Alright, let's take Great Hall here over Tam, Paradox, Thornfist, Mascot, Fire Dancer, Procrastinate, etc. Alright, Skywhale over Terramorphic. That's interesting. Oh. Stock Up doesn't impact the board the way the Proctor's Gaze does. And it also doesn't fix for the lands necessarily, although it might find them. I think the Proctor's Gaze is better there. I mean, if I could guarantee it would wheel, obviously we would take Stock Up, but I cannot guarantee, and so I want the interaction / also ramp and fixing. All right, Matter Bending Mage over second Skywhale. Paint Mage and Run Behind. Also Glass, right? Really like Quandrix Charm and the Visionary's Dance, sorry. But I think we're going to take the Hydro Channeler here. Interesting. Fractal Tender, Orisa Deduce. one X spell here, one X spell there. So I don't think the Arthropod is fine blocker, but I don't think we take it here. I think I'm gonna take the Banishing over the Pterofractal and Tackle Artist. Ooh. That's a lot of good stuff. Diary of Dreams is interesting. I think I want the land. Ooh, Sonar. And a Lorecaster and a Strife Knight. Nice. Alright, maybe we get something back? I don't know, but Sonar is too good. That does hurt, though, because that does mean that Prismari looks like a better base than the green, which means that we're a little stuck on, like... We, like, can't take bears as fixing, necessarily? And it means that I probably should have taken the 4/4 that, loots over the Tam. No, Skywheel can be quite amazing. Gee whiz. Trudge is good, Flashback's good, Disdainful Stroke's good, Matterbending Mage is excellent. I think I'm gonna go for the Archaic because we're doing the thing. If we're doing the thing, I think we need the Fire Dancer over the Mascot right now. Because I need 2 drops. Micah's actually really good with Sonar, but we'd have to get Sonar. We only have 1 artifact otherwise. Still a 4/4 for 4, which is fine ROI. But I think we take the Betrayal here. Homesickness or Run Behind. Could also take Tester. Meh. I don't like that one here. Oh, that's such a sweet wheel. I didn't take this loss because I had to stay a little bit away from green. We're going to try and minimize a little bit of the green. Unfortunately, it is our fixing, which does suck. But I think we're supposed to be trying to make this work that way. Let me see if I can put... There's a Great Hall. I'm gonna cut land, swamp. This additive is really rough here. I don't know that that's gonna make it either. It does suck, because I think I really wanted to be able to do these to help fix. Proctor's Gaze is still going to be in there, obviously. That's great. But I think the Prismari base is slightly better. Just because the early drops we have are not... Like, Sonar is really important as an early drop, because those treasures are so key. That said, like, I mean, I can try for the green base as well. I do have 1 2-drop here in the Infirmary Healer. Green would be more fun to run as the base. And we did get a bunch of betrayals early to slow things down, and the matter bending mages, so we actually don't need that much of an early game. And the additive is much better late game. So is the TAM. And 2 wild hypotheses with the Skywell is really nice. The Rousers get worse. So does the Scrollsmith at double red. But I like having the wild hypotheses to help us surveil into the together as one. Let me see here. Let's see. You're gonna be super hard. I want this removal, but I might actually have to put the... I might just go full tempo and just do 2 banish things, Proctors, Homesickness, and together. Oh. I think that it's more important to protect Sonar early if we get it. So I could... This is sort of a draw effect. That's kind of what we're using it for here. I could pull the Homesickness and put the Ajanis back in. Oh. Skywhale's looking meh, but it does have two wild hypothesis homesickness together as one, so that's not bad. And the infirmary healer spell. I'm gonna try this. But first I have to change the laundry. I'll be right back. All right, let me look at it. Like, here's the deck, just like for reference. Like I said, there's a possibility that we could have gone the red base, but I think it turns out that the green is better because of the ability to planar engineer in Zimon's experiment and get that additive online as another win con. All right, hear me. laundry done. Let's go. Alright, play. Wait, what? Hold on. 3, hold on. So 6 red sources, 7 green sources, 7 blue sources, 2 white sources. And they're counting Great Hall as one of each of those. I think 1 here, 1 here. All right. All right, let's go. 41 card special. Let's go. No blue. All right. We'll hope we find it. Or that Wild Hypothesis finds it for us on 3. Mm-hmm. The 2 splash colors. Thanks, Arena. Yeah, okay. Okay. They probably are in Prismari. I think they were in our deck, or in our draft, probably. Just given that there was only really 1 draft firing. So this is gonna be awkward as fuck. Because they probably got a good deck. I have Wooburg! Moral victory! I could have fetched a second blue there, but then no moral victory. What? Oh, they filtered instead of adding. What the hell was that? Alright. No, but I think they filtered instead of actually, like, paying the mana here, too. They tapped this and then used 1, and I think it added the blue instead. Yeah. Marcake did things! Please don't have the wrath. Okay, they don't have second red. tempo every turn is so freaking annoying. I am so sorry, opponent. Frostlinks would be this thing. Virtuoso is the Frostlinks. This is Mana War, eat your heart out. Immediately does it. I mean, the fact that I'm still sorry about it. Just does it again is like, that's what the deck does. It's possible that they're, that one turn messed them up. Should I keep? I technically have all my colors, as far as instants and sorceries are. That's Wooburg. Okay. We're gonna put the mountain away. Am I? No, we're gonna put the plains away. Yeah. So that if I draw Sonar, I can play it. No, it should have been the swamp, right? Do I have any black things? Yeah, it should have been the swamp. Alright. Anyway. It won't matter, we have this. Because we do actually have a white card still. Oh, that's nice. I could play the planar engineering there. I don't think that's correct just yet. Alright, they're looking for red. I think getting on the board while they're slightly stumbling on colors of mana was correct. Next turn we can play a very large wild hypothesis if we want. And if I start to draw duplicate lands, those are the ones we're going to sacrifice, most likely. Oh, interesting. Okay. My Sonargo bye-bye. And my Great Hall. And my homesickness. My Sky Whale, no! Avenge the Sky Whale! Hmm. I'm gonna leave up the chase. I don't need to do that right now. I'm just playing around the Wrath with the chase on this. Bouncy, bouncy, fun, 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 fun. The wonderful thing about tickets is... I'm the only one. Okay, sorry. Okay. Could have won without that, but that was really fun. Whew. All right, next. Sleepy. True. True, nobody. I thought about it. You saw me think about it. But there are free spells in this. I don't know. No, I don't think there's anything that would gain them life at instant speed. Free. I know, and by then the spell would have had to resolve, so Force of Will doesn't do it and Daze doesn't do it. I need to find a blue source. An actual blue source, like not for instance of sorceries. Actually, it might be safer to have done flow state in this case, just because I need to draw into further. No, it's tapped. All right. Ooh. All right, might be dead before I can use this. I still want it though. Oh, well, fuck me. Okay. I don't think we would have won this game anyway. There we are. Our poor Fractal's doomed. Unless I use the chase on it. I saved you only to let you go. That is not what I wanted to see at all. Alright, let's go to the next one. Alright, I was hoping to see a bounce spell there or something. Man, homesickness might be too slow for this matchup. I'm not sure. Depends if they draw like that again. Against my fractals, though, that rare is so miserable. No blue. Really? Okay. Still no blue. Six normal sources of blue plus the Great Hall. And it keeps giving me the one planes in the deck. Alright, alright, alright. Okay. Okay. Rough. Well, if I can find a fourth land. Technically, I mean, sure. That's actually fine for us at this point. Let's do some moans. Second blue or second green? Second blue for now. It hurt to put the Sonar away, but I think it was correct. I need to find some stuffs, man. Found all the lands. God damn, man. Okay. I could surveil, but I think we have to do this first. Is Wild Hypothesis better to get than Proctor's Gaze here? Or like Zimone's? Maybe Zimone's. I do want that snooping page to go away though and not draw them cards. And this can't get the instants or sorceries that I really want. Okay. Till mine next turn. Okay. No more land, please. Well, technically it's not a land, I guess. I'm not sure why you want to tap like that, but it doesn't really matter because I can't also surveil. Oh well. No! Wait, did I play a land? I hope I didn't play a land. Okay. Help. I need Sundering Archaic together as one. I need those, please. We have Deduce to maybe find them. Flow State. Yeah. They have another trick? They must have another trick. Oh well. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, I'm not gonna win this game if I don't draw actual cards that matter. Ah, fuck you. I I have so many good cards here. Fractal Mascot, Homesickness, Together as One, Sundering Archaic, 2 Matter Bending Mages to take care of the snooping page, Deduce and Flow State to like try and find more things, Wild Hypothesis as well. Alright, Tam, you need to do this. Come on. Not really good enough. But let's go. Yeah, this sucks. All right. Too bad. I really want that. So I'm mostly just depressed because I really wanted to play the big things. The like Sundering Archaic Together as One, those things. Because I got them and I'm so happy about it, but eh. Alright, if they have anything, we lose. So... Actually, I really just very much want to kill the snooping. Yeah, if they have anything, we just lose. I accept that. Please give me the thing! Together as one, please! Yeah, let's just see what we would have drawn. I needed this full 6 to do it, but, nah. Done. Too bad. Oh well. Not really, no. I would have liked actual cards, but they had a really good deck. It was very good and very tuned, so it's not surprising we lost to it. We need to draw those particular cards, and we did find a metric ton of land after fetching a bunch of it, so unfortunately that's there. I could have surveilled, but again, I couldn't cast for 6 if I surveilled, so it's rough. But that is the risk of this type of deck. Okay. Geometers, okay. Mute pet. Oh, they're a poop soup too? Okay. Fun. Hate this. I hate that opponents just like are drawing better in their 5-color bullshit than we are. Prismatic ending. Okay. We did see an arthropod in our draft. We didn't see troves heavily, so this person could... I mean, again, most of us are all drafting in the same stuffs. Could tap down Sonar, but I need to try to get in for damage here, I think. I don't like my spot at all. They're doing what we're doing, but better. Alright, they might counter this. Okay, well, at least Sonar's gone along with the ability to fetch a spell. But they did have an answer. Hmm. They've got a Berta as well? Okay. No, my Sky Whale! God fucking damn it. That's how I was gonna try to win. Damn. I got Infirmary Healer and Stream of Life the next turn for the 5, so... that sucks. Crap. That sucks. All right. It really sucks to be paired against someone, like, they're, like, finding all the things, and I like their, you know, the removal that they found in the deck. They found 3 pieces so far, the Prismatic Stress and Grapple. And unfortunately, now that they have the Berta as well, I don't know that I can get there if I don't find any of those cards. We did find one, which was nice, but they had the answer right away. Alright, I think we're supposed to try this and see what happens. But yeah, that prismatic, the whale was so good. Oh. It was going to be so good the next turn, and then unfortunately they had the removal as well for that. And we have some lands. We definitely have some lands. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. That's good. Am I dead next turn, though? So Deluge gets in here for 5. But if it does, I just die on the backswing. Yeah, let's go to the next one. Okay. We needed to be able to bounce things again and again like we did before, or for them not to have a removal spell, those 3 removal spells that time. Each one. I think we just didn't get enough Converge cards. Like, I got the 2 major ones that I wanted, but, like, there's a few others that are very key, or just, like, a general, like, set of removal pieces. I mean, I did get a Johnny's, so maybe I should put a Johnny's back in. Maybe I should have sided in a Johnny's here. 2 forests, no fixing. Okay. I can Infirmary Healer. If I get a 3rd, I can Surveil 2. I have to mulligan this. Alright. We'll put the homesickness away for now. But I'm not happy about this. Oh. Well, that's not something I really want to put back into their hand. Well, if they do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, yeah, then they'll have to discard a card. Alright. I get to Surveil, I guess. Maybe keeping this is wrong. Yeah, maybe. Ugh. Alright. Have more lands, enjoy! This is so bad! Alright, alright. We need not only a fourth land, but like a planar engineering or a Zamoan's experiment. Proctor's gaze. With this draw, we needed Sonar too. Just because we could have cast it, and then Chase at least gets us a treasure to ramp. Lands would be nice, man. Hmm. Sure. Yeah, being stuck on land sucks. Again, bouncing that, not great. Now we get it! This is an insult! Fucking insult to injury, really. Alright. The deck is 47% lands, so... what the fuck are we gonna do? They're playing a 6th land at this point when we only have 3. Which is just so much fun. Okay. I'm not gonna do this for that. Fuck. Yeah. Alright. Sadness hits the stack. Well, I found the other colors. This is so bad. Okay. Well, I'm waiting for the colors there, and I was like, oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Three lands isn't necessarily what I wanted there, I'm not gonna lie. But we can play Tam and draw a card, hopefully. Am I dying to these flyers? 9 in the air. Fuck. I wanted this so badly. Well, we don't have to care about the white and... Well, actually, we do have to care about the white because we do have the little scroll smith. So that we can't cast. But, yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm assuming they have the extra damage, and we're just gonna die. Not this turn, okay. I don't think there's anything I can draw to get out of this. Homesickness? No. Oh, good, Sonar! We're saved! Okay. Yeah. That sucked. They just drew better than we did by far. We were stuck on 3 for so long. That was a sad draft. But still fun to play overall. Okay. So, let's open these packs. 93.8% of the set on this account, because again, we made Mythic really fast. The other account has a lot of stuff too. Arc of Hunger is so good. I like this Archaic too. I think we take Archaic though. Sorry, Arc of Hunger. Alright, so... Yeah, it does look like the Arena Direct is gonna be in the middle of the week, which is weird. I guess they just started firing them whenever they want to, just because they make them so much money. Huh. Boop, boop, boop. Yep. I believe in you, last 2 seats. Last one. Hey, Lirazel. No. My belief was misplaced. All right. All right. Oh, man. Passing the snooping page right after taking this is a little sad, but there we go. All right. Goblin offensive. They certainly are. Okay. I would like to make the most of this card if possible. We'll see how this goes. Wizards is owned by Hasbro, and its actions are sometimes inseparable from Hasbro's, for that reason. Wizards certainly hasn't been pushing back, and Wizards, as far as we know... Ooh, Killian's confidence is such a nice follow-up. Okay. Ooh, this is sexy. Okay. Please give me... I hope that snooping page comes back. I really do. It would be super sweet if it did. I doubt it will, but there's always a possibility. Shuffling up the Ninja Turtles precon that I played on Chase's stream for the second game the other day. It was interesting. Definitely. I kind of want to turn it more into like a Turtles deck. But it does have some cool cards for that. Alright, we've got Mascot and Necroscribe. I don't want that many Necroscribes, and sometimes I cut it just anyway because I really want early drops in this deck. End of the Hunt is fun. Shattered Sanctum's fine. This one notably doesn't target, and that's actually interesting for there. I might actually just take this Mascot. Group Project does not perform as well in this deck as it does in the others. In the Lorehold. Yeah, I'm actually going to take this. And another one over the Honorbound page. Cut all of the, like, look, Silverquill is here. That I can for now. And hope that page comes back. It's a good 2-drop. The land was definitely an option. Oh, wow, there's nothing. There's all teamer? That's so sad. Ugh. Alright, free rare. That pack might have just had bad distribution, but that does potentially indicate that there's someone else in Silverquill already. Which is annoying, but hopefully I can get the other stuffs there. Okay, so Acolyte is a fine one. Root Manipulation I wouldn't mind splashing. I think we take the Adventurous Eater, again, because it targets. Terramorphic Expanse would be the other choice. Ugh. Fudge. Alright, I'm gonna take a flashback. Brutal. Does that mean there's 2 people in Silverquill? This is all teamer. I'm annoyed. That would have been the page. That was pick 9, so that would have been the page. So somebody did take the snooping page. Man. Okay. Well, hopefully I cut it hard enough that the people to my immediate left who are going to be passing to me coming up will be passing me all the Silverquill that they open. Blech. I really hope I don't have to run this. I'm not letting go of it yet. This is a good start. Silverquill doesn't need that many, like, rares, etc. To make this happen, and Killian's Confidence and 2 Mascots are a really good start for that, and then we have the offense, which is really nice. So... yeah, like, the color distribution in these packs, the problem is that it's really kind of hard sometimes to tell what's what should be a signal, A, with play boosters making it harder, but B, with the pack distribution, the color distribution seems to be off in a lot of packs. So, because you open pick 1 and it's just like there's 1 black card total in the entire pack, and that doesn't make sense. All right, what you got? Two people. Okay. All right, I'll take an extra scribe. That's fine. All right, let's hope that the people aren't really directly next to us. They're taking the silver quill. Maybe. Scorn Mage, Dig Site, Mascot Eater. No rares for us there, unfortunately, but we already do have the Practice Defense, which is a really nice one. Root Manipulation will it'd be unlikely to be run. I'm just taking it here in case we somehow have to move into the Witherbloom or something. Could take the Terramorphic Expanse here for that reason, but I think we just take this. Nah. Okay, Elite Interceptor here. Some good green. Grapple here as well, Studious. So for us, it's these two. And Elite is better. I am very worried now that it might be people immediately to the left of us that are Silver Quill here. Just annoying. All right, we'll take a Dromedary here. Aziz is so much fun. I can't take it here, though. And Dromedary is a fine pickup. Obviously better in Lorehold, but still fine here. Holy crap. We're gonna take the Bitter Triumph. It's targeted removal. We really, really want it. I do have one way to gain life, and or I do have ways to pump this so that the Sign in Blood works. But I think it's better to take the removal. This is really painful because I actually want 5 of these cards. Cost, End, Bitter, Scheming, and Forum. I think I need the removal. Fudge. Wish they hadn't all been in the same damn place. Alright, Rapier Wit here. Look at this Defy and the Steel, number 2. Man, okay. Yeah, rough. Very rough. I do think the person is, at least one of the people is to my left, probably 1 or 2 places away. If that. Scientist shouldn't go pick 9, there's no way. So yeah, I did force it a bit. I really think this deck is still good. I did force it a bit and there is somebody else in it. And I think the green is very open. I'm not sure what the second color besides green that actually is really open is, but the green is open. Whether you went blue or black with it, like I haven't seen enough little pest. Like I've seen one pest mascot like that we had, but a chance for. But I don't think I've seen. Yeah. Enough of the other stuff. If I have to run these two Ulnas, I will, but hopefully I don't. But the little pest, the Lumerats that make everything work. Haven't seen any of those. Still taking that. There's a forum right here that I could take. But I'm gonna run this. Hopefully for 2 is still enough. We'll see. I might do 3. I might actually pull some, grab some fixing here. God, I want these two so badly. But yeah, here's the scavenger. I think we need the graduation day, the first one over the stand up for yourself, although that's very close. This is very important here. Too far into the white to take the scavenger, sadly, and move into the green. I'll hope I can get other removal. I think the graduation day is very important here. So 3 of our creatures target things. This and these 2 so far. We are going to need more creatures. Moseo works. That'll woo. That's a couple creatures right there. Stone Docent would be my next pick. Or Titan's Grave for the Togethers one. But this is a sweet card. Let's go. Eternal Student. Now we're seeing the like Lumerat that I would want to see to go into the other thing. But all right, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 currently. I do want the Cost of Brilliance, but I think I might need this for more creatures. It also poops out the 2/2. What the? It poops out the 2/2 flyers that mean that they can also have evasion for the Killian's Confidence hitting stuff as well. All right, Osteomancer's better than Necroscribe currently in the build that we're doing. Chadsy's so good. I don't think I can splash that. And I'm not going to get a land that's blue-black or that's blue-white. So that's not going to work. So we'll take the Osteomancer. Might not run the Necroscribe depending on the final build of this. Another Masterful Flourish is our only choice here. I don't think Page is a correct choice, so here we go. God. Sonar 6. So clearly I should have been in something else. I don't know what it was. Because it was like, sometimes it looked like Witherbloom, sometimes it looked like Quandrix, sometimes it looked like Prismari there. Like, I don't know what I should have done. Alright, we'll take an Ascendant here. So late root manipulation and... yeah. I don't think Necroscribe is going to make it, most likely. We'll see. Now we're just looking for either good, like, cards in the Snooping Page person took my shit. That's very clear. I'm pretty sure they must have opened like a good Silver Quill rare or something like that. I don't think a second Osteomancer is correct here. It's not awful. I would rather a 2-drop, but yeah, there's a chance that I run it. I don't think we'd run the Necroscribe now though. Yeah, I'll look for like either I look for some fixing here or just like another good 2-drop that's sort of like Interjection is not really, but I guess we do it here over Page. Uncommon for vault progress. Yeah. Sad that we fought, and apparently the uncommons, the page and the 2-drop that, if it was opened, the 2-drop... Ooh, okay, we'll take Titan's Grave here. That's such a fucking late sign. I hate everything. I hate everything. Yeah. Because the black removal was not open. Like, we didn't see any of the, like, exile effect or, like, the 4-mana one common. So, like, going into Witherbloom would have been bad. Like, we would have gotten decent creatures overall, but, like, no removal. Do I want to splash the root manipulation? Probably not, no. I think we just run one Titan's Grave. It shouldn't cost us too much to run it together as one here. Yeah. With Moseo, though, maybe we could have still made it work with just really good creatures and the root manipulations that we saw. But, like, the removal would not have been there. Yeah, that's fascinating. We can still make it work. Maybe I just cut that together as one. I would then cut the Titan's Grave, and I'd put in probably Ulna, just because it's earlier, and we do have 2 things that gain life here, as well as the Pest created here, and the Acolyte here. Yeah. Shopkeep, or what is my other option? No other option, okay. I mean, obviously Necroscribe is an option, but I don't think that's correct. I do want to cut a land, I think. Cutting a land's a little rough because you always want to be able to cast something and then target something with, like, the Killian's Confidence. So it's possible that I should just cut this and put the land back in. But I have flooded out with this type of deck so frequently. Especially when you're drawing off of this, but... Rapier, Killian's Elite to draw. Yeah, probably okay. Alright. So, I will play this deck, but I promised to do the rhetorical analysis of the WotC letter because people were very interested in that. So we're going to actually do that now. So I completely understand if you're only here for Magic, but this is what's going on behind the scenes with Wizards staff, specifically Arena staff. So dealing with the program right here. For those of you who are unaware, this is called Magic the Gathering Arena. Usually I'd assume you all know, but I don't want to assume anything here. So you can see that Arena staff is trying to unionize. And to give you backgrounds, I can give you a couple links for figuring out. I pulled them up already here. So this is what unions have done over the years for you. The labor movement and unionization and unions and all sorts of things have done amazing things for the United States throughout generations. It is really, really important to understand that, and we will be wanting your input on all of this, by the way. I will be doing a a look at the actual letter, and I will be wanting your thoughts, etc. But for those of you who don't know, when you are just an individual worker, you really don't have that much power. So unions are groups of workers that gives you bargaining power to say to an employer, no, you can't pay us, not a living wage, right? Etc. So they are responsible for the minimum wage. They are responsible for 40-hour week. Obviously here you can see unemployment compensation, workers' compensation, abolition of child labor, Social Security, right? And health insurance being paid by your employer, number one. And so there's so much that they've done. And they were also a big part of the civil rights movement. They've always been a big part of everything. Where the major unions go, and that includes like truckers and all sorts of things, like the major unions go, usually policy follows. So it can be very, very important. And a smaller, concept as well. We have the arena workers, right? The MTGA arena, Magic the Gathering arena workers, who design, who are developers for the arena site and game, and for making sure that that it's working, for putting forward the particular flashback drafts, etc. There's a lot of really, really cool stuff that they are doing, and they want to have the power to work through that. So here, by the way, is the Economic Policy Institute saying that unions are not only good for workers, they're good for communities and for democracy. And they have a bunch of stats on that. So if you're just interested in, that, here's a link as well. So yes, this is, these are just a couple of resources for you. Beyond that. Now, here we go. So the workers at Arena are unionizing. Here's a couple of them talking about it. There's more as well. You can see they have this WotC, which is the actual notably, this is very important because it'll come up in the letter. WotC is the actual union of Arena workers. CWA is a big union that is advising them. So it's really, really important to understand the difference there. This is the letter that, among others, apparently they're getting daily letters. And this is Wizards of the Coast nominally mailing these letters, although it was noted really recently that Hasbro and Wizards have hired an anti-union firm. So this may come from that. We don't know. So this is the letter, and we will read it out loud really quickly, and then we'll sort of talk about, each of the steps here, and what Wizards is doing. But in short, it's a threat. It's meant to strike a little bit of fear into the hearts of people while maintaining a nominally cordial tone. So one of the things that we look at when we're looking at rhetorical analysis is a set of 4 items that we consider. We look at the exigence, the speaker, the audience, and the purpose. And a lot of people get really confused between the exigence and the purpose. But they are quite different, and we'll explain that in a second. But the speaker's pretty obvious. The things we look at for the speaker are where they come from, right? What their background is, what the psychology is behind, them as a person / entity, what wants and desires that they have overall as part of their background, and so on and so forth. With the purpose, we're looking at what they want to achieve, what they want to have happen by sending this out. What exactly do they want to initiate or change in belief systems, or just be heard or and understood, or so on and so forth. So there's a lot that goes into the purpose as well. Now the audience is whoever or just whomever they're addressing and want to have take this action, whether it be changing minds or, taking actual physical action or etc. Writing a letter, whatever you got, right? And then the exigence, what we're looking at here for wizard, well, let's not get into the particulars yet. The exigence in general is what caused them to write this letter. So as you can see, it's often students get very confused between the exigence and the purpose. The why they're writing the letter, the why applies to both exigence and purpose. Okay, why am I writing this letter? The exigence is the cause. What caused you to write this letter? And the why am I writing this letter? Well, I'm trying to get this to happen. That's the purpose. And so the exigence for wizards to write this letter, right, is that the WotC, right, the arena developers, etc., the arena workers decided to form a union, right? Wizards saw that happening. It is happening. And so that is the exigence for this letter. That is the reason why they're writing this letter. You can also potentially move from there to the reason that they're writing this letter, right? The exigence for writing this letter is they don't want that union to succeed. The purpose is to break that union or stop people from unionizing, but different is like exigence is the desire behind that. So when we're looking at exigence, we are looking very carefully at, why they might not want this to happen. What about this isn't good for them, right? So unions do mean that the workers have bargaining power, and almost never is that what companies want. Companies want to be able to immediately make decisions and implement them without the workers' say. And that is super healthy if you are a benevolent company. How many of those do we actually have, though? How many of those actually have, their workers' best interests? Primary. I don't think it's that many. So, I have, because of what unions do, I have always, and the fact that, corporations more and more, are so concerned with, with profit and their shareholders over, the well-being of their workers, and, paying a living wage and doing all the things. So, yeah. Anyway, whatever they could get away with to cut costs, including workers' wages and workers' health care and anything that benefits the workers, they would do, because again, that is their duty to their shareholders. So, again, yes, there's lots going on in that. This is sort of an overview, but yes, the exigence, another exigence might be they don't want other parts of their enterprise to unionize, certainly, right? They do have multiple branches of things, and if the arena staff, they may be worried that the exigence may be that they would worry that other areas of the company would unionize. Absolutely. So when we're looking at this, we are going to be considering all of those, things, but we're also going to be considering, so one of the things that's really interesting about rhetorical analysis is a lot of my students, one of the things that they do most frequently, and this is very important, is they look at what was said. But one of the things that is so key in rhetorical analysis is looking at what wasn't said. And sometimes that means whether the way something was phrased, could it have been done another way, and how would that impact everything that's done? But what isn't said is often equally important to figuring out what the purpose and exigence is, and what lies behind it. Because a lot of the times people will disguise what they actually want to have happen, the purpose, and why they're writing this, the exigence, through various means. So what we're looking at here, we'll read through it really quickly. I just have to get some water really fast. But we'll read through it really quickly, and I do want your opinions on this. I will read through it really quickly, and I'm going to ask you about it right away, just to see, what your thoughts are. And then we will go through, and we'll look at like individually what they're doing with the words here. It's not really pragmatics as such. It's more, so that's more linguistics. It's really going to be purely rhetorical analysis. I try not to use many crazy terms and things like that. I'll try and keep it pretty straightforward. We are going to be pretty it's gonna be pretty simple, just because a lot of the time, well, it's not simple, it's gonna be simplified because I don't want to bore anybody, but yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. Having a union is good for the union members often, unless the union is corrupt. That has happened with mobs. But in general, having a union is very good for the union members. It's not good for the companies. In the company's minds, it actually has proven, like we say, not only good for workers, they're good for communities and democracy. Like, we do know that they are good technically, but the long-term view is not what and general health of the workers, and like desire of the workers to be at work during good conditions. That's not what the companies are looking at. They're not looking at the long term. They're not looking at the sort of like overall health of the thing. They're looking at profits immediately. So normally companies are not incentivized to appreciate unions. And so we've had, Wizards and Hasbro doing their thing. We've had Starbucks, there's so many, and the Uber and Lyft unions, and so on and so forth, like trying to unionize all the stuffs. We also had I think it was Card Kingdom. Yeah, it was Card Kingdom that was okay with their unionization, but TCG Player resorted to some horrible union busting and like not only union busting techniques, but not only like only union busting but anti-union torture, essentially. It was crazy. So but yeah, unions are responsible for like workplace safety. Like, yeah, it is unconscionable, in my opinion, to be anti-union as a company. In general, I don't think unions make terribly silly claims. Like, they don't make frivolous claims. Like, they're not trying to, yeah, anyway. So like nurses unionize, like doctors, you get the idea. So let's read through this. So here we go. This is an actual letter received by this person who is an arena worker. And we are going to read it. So, dear blah, we are writing to you at home because the decision you will soon make is an important one. It is not just about a workplace election. It is about your voice, your future, and the kind of relationship you want to have with the rest of the Wizards organization moving forward. On June 2nd, the National Labor Relations Board will hold an election. You and your colleagues will decide whether you want the CWA to represent you. We know people may look at this issue differently. Some have shared that they prefer to maintain a direct working relationship with the leadership, while others are still gathering information or may feel the CWA could play a role. We respect this. What matters most is that every employee has the information they need to make an informed decision and participate in the vote. We are proud of this team and the work you do every day. Your creativity and commitment have helped make Arena what it is today. The team has consistently met the challenges, supported each other, and delivered a great experience for our fans. We also know that trust is earned and maintained through action. We can always listen better, communicate better, and keep improving. We are committed to that work. As you consider your decision, it may be helpful to understand how union representation works. If employees choose union representation, the CWA will serve as the employee's representative in collective bargaining with the company. That process typically involves negotiating over wages, benefits, scheduling, and other terms and conditions of employment. Outcomes are not predetermined and depend on negotiations between both parties. All the benefits and perks you currently enjoy would be on the bargaining table for both parties to negotiate based on what's most important to them. That means you could end up with more, the same, or less than you have now. No union can guarantee what would happen in that bargaining process, which can be lengthy. 465 days on average. If employees do not choose union representation, Wizards of the Coast would continue to work directly with employees on workplace matters, just as it does today, with a much greater degree of flexibility than a typically rigid union contract. There is no single right answer for everyone. This is a personal decision that each of you will make. Our future is stronger when we work together. We believe your voice is strongest when it is heard directly, not through a third party. We encourage you to review the information available, ask questions, discuss with those you trust, and most importantly, make your voice heard by voting on June 2nd. With appreciation, who the fuck is John? Sorry. But John, there it is. I really, really hope that this is not... Hold on, let me check one thing. Good, okay, we're good. John WotC's, of course, yes. So here we go. So I mean, what do you notice first off? Is there anything that struck you about this in particular? Because we can dive right into it. And then each of the things I point out, I do want your thoughts on. Very subtly threatening. It's not even subtle. It is so threatening. But you're right. It is couched in a manner that is meant to make it subtle. It feels empty. Yes, yes. Oh my goodness. There's so many phrases in here that are stock. Right? Trying to scare people? Absolutely. Absolutely. So, here we go. Very PR threatening. Yes, yes, exactly. So here we go. So let's start at the first line and work our way through. So we're writing to you at home. Yes, they really don't want people to unionize. Exactly. We're writing to you at home. Already, what's going on here? We're writing to you at home. This is a workplace matter. We know where we know where you live. Yes, that is definitely, you could read into that, definitely. But most employers will not write to you directly, like an actual mailed letter. Doing it at work is illegal. Yes. Yes, anything that could be seen as an attempt to quell unionization is in fact illegal. WotC has in fact sent the Pinkertons after people, yes. We know we live as a valid threat, but they're employed there, so they already knew that. But yes, we're writing to you at home. This is an unusual circumstance. That's the main point about that, right? This is an unusual circumstance. We're writing to you at home. There is a tinge of desperation to this. This means we really want you to see this. We don't want to do it at work. Yeah, there's so much just in that first little bit, right? Freaking 7 words. The interesting thing here also is we. So the collective pronoun we can be used to create a sense of community. But here it is not. It is not meant to include, because we in English doesn't have, there's a feature that it doesn't have. It is called clusivity. And in other languages, we defines, like the word for we differs based on whether it includes the speaker and the listener, or the speaker and the speaker's friends. English we does not have that. This we is one of the ones that only includes the speaker and the speaker's friends. The listener is not included in this we. This is we, Wizards of the Coast, possibly Hasbro as well. So this is fascinating that they choose to do this. There isn't really another option necessarily, because Wizards, we could, if they'd said, right, yes, illegal to prevent workers from talking to each other about wages or working conditions, absolutely. Wizards didn't, like, we wouldn't say like Wizards of the Coast is writing to you at home, right? They didn't really have another option, but it is still notable that this is separating, right, we versus you. So we are writing to you at home, so it already creates a division. And the fact that it's the first line, first word, does mean that it starts the letter off with a feeling of us versus them mentality, a feeling of not being included necessarily in this we, right? This is something that can set people on edge a little bit when the we is not inclusive here of the listener. So, writing to you at home because the decision you will soon make is an important one. So they're setting the stage here. Okay, you're going to make a decision soon. It's important. They're not going to say what that decision is. Yeah, unapologetic. Exactly. Exactly. There is a lot of that here. So note, they don't say what that decision is. Not in this first paragraph. Because they want to then, in the later paragraphs, show exactly what that decision entails and what that decision is according to them. They're going to spin the nature of this decision based on their perspective in the hopes of persuading the audience to view it that way. If they said in the front, it's notable what they don't do here. They don't say, we're writing you at home because the decision of whether to form a union, whether you will be part of a union, right? They're not going to say that because they're not going to say what that decision entails until they can spin it their way. This is a persuasive technique. It is neither good nor evil. It is based on, it's just a powerful device that you can use to convince people of what you want to, have them do. Define the term later, essentially. In this case, define what that decision is later, so that, You can use a lot of emotionally loaded terms. You can use threats. You can use blah, right? You can show them what it is according to you. Yes, exactly, Movine. Exactly. So this is a technique you can use. It is very powerful, again, but it's powerful to good or bad end, however you use it. In this case, right, we may disagree with morally how it's being used, but it is a very, most rhetorical devices, right, it's literally just power. It's not good or evil. It's how you use it, so to speak. But here they're using a very powerful rhetorical approach, which is waiting to tell you, right, what this thing is until they've made it clear what their stance is on the issue, and hoping that it will be convincing to you. So it is not just, note the it, right? The decision you will make, the referent is the decision, right? This is a pronoun. Its antecedent is decision. Again, they're still not defining it, right? It is not just about a workplace election. No one is saying it is. Right? No one, a workplace election is completely different, right? From like unionization in general. The whole process is much more complicated than just an election. So like this is an interesting way of sort of phrasing this before they're getting into the thing. They're just trying to drive home that it's important. It's very important, right? So then they're going to say, okay, what is it actually about, right? It's not just about this. Then you provide what it is about. It is about your voice, your future, and the kind of relationship you want to have with the rest of the Wizards organization moving forward. We've got a lovely set of 3 here: your voice, your future, and the kind of relationship, right? Sets of 3s are traditionally very powerful. Just, we like the sound of it. We've been trained to like the sound of lists of 3. Notably, they mess up the comma later on, but yeah. With another list of 3. But here we have, so your voice, your future, and the kind of relationship you want to have with the rest of Wizards. So, yeah, workload. Well, they might vote for a union head. I'm not sure. But it does depend here. But this classifying as a workplace. So your voice, your future. So the idea here is that Wizards is terribly concerned about your welfare, your voice being heard, your future, right? We're writing this out of concern for you. We care about you, is the idea here. And the kind of relationship you want to have with the rest of the Wizards organization moving forward. We care about the relationship between us and the kind of relationship you want to have. But there's an undertone here. There's an undercurrent. There's subtext. Which is that if you make a bad decision, it's going to affect your relationship with Wizards. I'm not dating you. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I'm going too deeply into this right now. I'm sorry. I meant to do a much less, intense version. But I like rhetorical analysis. Anyway, I'm trying to leave like the terminology out of it so I don't bore you. But let's go on June 2nd. Okay. So we've got a date for whatever this thing is happening, right? The National Labor Relations Board will hold an election. So here's that election, right? The National Labor Relations Board, which I assume oversees unionization and elections and the election to become electing to become a union. I don't actually know how all of that works. I've never been part of a union. I've always been self-employed. So, well, I haven't always been self-employed. I did work for a company multiple times, but there was definitely no unionization likely. But yeah. The National Board will hold an election. You and your colleagues will decide whether you want the CWA to represent you. Now, already, this is wrong. Oh, I'm so happy, Lucy. Already, this is wrong. The CWA will not be representing them. The CWA was not the union that they're making. Wait, I have somebody. What is happening here? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, so yeah, left a non-union job. Absolutely, right? There's a reason like SAG and AFTRA, like all the like Hollywood unions, etc. And there's the nurses union, doctors, yeah. So here, the CWA is not the union. The union is WotC. That is the union. CWA is consulting with them. CWA is a big union that is helping them, working with them, collaborating with them. The CWA is not representing them. That's not what they're electing. And this is misinformation, right? You and your colleagues will decide whether you want the CWA to represent you. No. That is not what's happening here. And if somebody were less informed, right? If one of the workers at Arena were less informed, they might actually believe this. They're like, oh, are we actually having CWA represent us? They don't know anything about us, right? They don't know our jobs. They don't know. Yeah, that's not what's happening here. So already Wizards is being disingenuous. They may become a chapter, right? But CWA itself is not representing them. So this is disingenuous. The way of phrasing this, that's incorrect. They're not deciding that. They're deciding whether WotC will become a union, a formal union, right? An official union. So this is not good. Yes, whether you want to choose, whether you want to be a part of a group that helps determine, right, your path forward, right? And we'll see some testimonies too. So we know people may look at this issue differently. So what they're trying to introduce here is that, oh, you know, not everybody wants this, right? Some have shared that they prefer to maintain a direct working relationship with leadership. Note that they lead on this, right? And they are intimating that people talk directly to them. They're trying to sow disunity here. They're trying to suggest that, you know, there are quite a few, like some is very vague, right? There are some who have shared with us that they're like, no, we want our direct relationship. We don't want a union. However big or small that number is, or whether it's even just a lie, that is still something that goes into people's minds and being like, well, you know, if this is just going to fail, if other people don't want this, blah, blah, blah. It is meant to sow distrust. They prefer to maintain a direct working relationship with leadership. Now, it's really, really important to understand that the emphasis on direct working relationship, those are loaded terms. Those are nice terms. They are emotionally nice. Direct working relationship, that sounds great, right? But there's a lot that goes into that, right? An individual employee, even with a direct working relationship with somebody, can get fired right away, right? For doing something, for asking for more, right? Whereas a union, right, if you're bargaining, right, that's many people and you can't fire them all without crushing your company pretty quickly, right? So again, this direct working relationship sounds great, except it is with less power. It comes with less power. And so it's very important that they're trying to focus on the good aspects of not unionizing. This direct working relationship. You don't have to go through an intermediary, right? But to some degree, a union doesn't have to go through the intermediary either. Like a union member, you can still talk to the leadership. Like you can still like do stuff. But anyway, when you're doing the collective bargaining, you just have more behind you in order to actually make sure that that thing happens. Anyway, moving along. So while others are still gathering information or may feel the CWA could play a role, again, not the CWA, right? But notice that they have nobody listed what they've omitted. Who have they omitted in this, right? They've got some saying no, right? I want a direct working relationship. Others are still gathering information. Or, okay, CWA could play a role. There's no point here where some people are like, where they're saying like, oh, and many people are like, yeah, let's unionize. We want collective bargaining power. no point are they talking about what a union actually does positively. So while they're pretending to weigh both sides of this, or all sides of this, if you count still gathering information as a side, right? They're not actually presenting that, right? Could play a role is the least that they could say that a union does. It literally is the most vague thing ever. Let me vague that up for you. So yeah. So that's what's going on here for that sentence, right? They are very carefully avoiding saying anything truly positive about unionizing, trying to emphasize what's good about, right, not being in a union, trying to sow discord and at least show that they're not unified, right, as far as yet, right? So on and so forth, right? Can you meet the person who enjoys the sword? So next, we respect this. We respect this. Clearly you don't. You're interfering. You are interfering and you are trying to pretend that you are giving necessary information to people, right, to ensure their voice is heard, but you are actually omitting so much under the guise of full disclosure. So clearly you do not respect their ability to make their decisions on their own. Yes, exactly. It is trying to divide them. Exactly, VK. Yeah, I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. So it is definitely trying to sow division. It's trying to sow doubt as to the success of the unionization process, etc. So here, what matters most is that every employee has the information they need to make an informed decision and participate in the vote. That is not what this is doing. This is providing no extra information whatsoever. There's no information that this has added and that it adds through the rest of this that people wouldn't already know if something were happening with a union around them, the potential unionization around them. This is very clearly an attempt to spin, to present one side as though it were expository, objective. So this is very disingenuous. We are proud of this team and the work you do every day. I have never, by the way, this paragraph, we are proud of, starting with, we are proud of this team and ending with delivered a great experience for our fans. That is the most generic praise I have ever seen. These are stock phrases. We are proud of this team and the work you do every day. Your creativity and commitment have helped make Arena what it is today. You can't even bother to say what that is. The team has, give us specifics. The team has consistently met the challenges, supported each other, and delivered a great experience for our fans. That is the most boring thing ever, but they are trying to butter people up. This is flattery. This is an attempt to suggest that, that working relationship could be really good because we really care about you, right? This is, but it's so generic. It doesn't at all go into any details that show that they really care about each individual Arena member, let alone, right? Let alone achievements that they've made, right? Make Arena what it is today is the most generic thing I've ever heard. You can literally say that about anything. You have helped make me what I am today. What am I today, though? What am I? What am I? God damn. Right? So this is, oh my God. You never seen the union fear responded to with, we don't want you to do this. What changes would you need to see so we can avoid that? Yeah, well, I mean, that's part of the union is getting those changes in place. The only reason that they're going to actually give changes in the first place. Anyway, moving along, sorry. We also know that trust is earned and maintained through action. We can always listen better, communicate better, and keep improving. We are committed to that work. This is acknowledging that they probably haven't done a good job of these things in the past. necessarily. Like this allows for the possibility that they've been bad at this. It's trying not to. It's trying to cover over that with, okay, we can just do better. We've been doing great so far, but we can just do better, right? We are committed to that work of always improving our, listening and communicating. But what this doesn't say, right? Maintain through action. Listen. The only actions they list are listening, communicating, and that's it. It doesn't say what they're improving. The relationship, maybe. Who knows? Right? You're committed to the work of improving. Okay. Right? What does that entail? What have people brought to you as issues that you have failed to address as well as you could? Right? But listen and communication, right? Listen better and communicate better doesn't mean that we will do better for you. That's left out. We can always listen better, communicate better doesn't mean we'll raise your wages or we'll let devs have a say in what happens to them. Like this person wants. I don't know if I'll be able to find it really quickly, but there's another one of the unionization people, the yellow things where you can see exactly why they're unionizing. A lot of people have said why they're unionizing. And I did post it on my Blue Sky. I just haven't, I don't know how long ago it was, so I don't know if I'll be able to find it that quickly. I'm in home, aren't I? Okay. Oh, here's a person, right? I'm organizing to ensure that my talented coworkers and I have an effectual voice to create a truly incredible place to work. All right, that's a little bit generic, but we've got another person that just talks about the devs that is really, really important too. Also, Shronks. Sorry. Upton Sinclair's the jungle. Oh yeah, here. I'm organizing because we have no voice in our workplace. That tells you already that Wizards isn't doing well, right? Leadership can just ignore our concerns, right? A union allows us to have a voice that they cannot ignore. We have another one that's just, right? I'm organizing because I think it's the best path forward for our team and the games industry to ensure that devs have a say in the decisions made about us. For me, the big three issues are layoff protections, remote protections, right? Career progression, etc. So like there's real concerns here that Wizards has not been addressing. And here they don't say they will. They say we listen better, communicate better. They don't say which actions they would take to improve the situation. It's very important that we see that, but they don't say that here. Keep improving what? And committed to that work to listen this and improve what? Like, this isn't helping. Sorry, I'm getting worked up. As you consider your decision, it may be helpful to understand how union representation works, as defined by Wizards. You could probably just go look it up. Like, literally, just go Google it. Don't trust the people who are like, trust us, we know what's good for you. Here's how a union works. Keep in mind, they don't want you to unionize. This is why it's important to keep in the exigence in your mind, right? The whole time. They're like, so, and the purpose, right? Why are they doing this? They see a union. They don't want a union, right? They don't want other people unionizing as well. Okay, and then what are this purpose they're doing it? Stop you unionizing. Okay, so if they're going to then define what union representation is, this is where we get that decision, right? This is the decision up here that they didn't want to say what it was until they defined it for you. So, if employees choose union representation, the CWA will serve as the employee's representative in collective bargaining with the company. No, it won't. CWA is not going to be in charge of that. That will be you, WotC, the actual fucking union that they're forming. Sorry, pardon my French. That is not what's happening here. So, but if you choose union representation, you, WotC, probably the head of the union will be in charge of doing that, or the heads of the union, could be multiple, in collective bargaining with the company, right? They'll serve as your representative, yes, but you vote on shit too. It's not like they're just going to be randomly making decision and like bringing that to the table. You have to actually present what you want to have happen, and then your union leaders take that to the thing. So this is disengaging the employee from the actual, like, God, this is rough. Anyway, that process typically involves negotiating over wages, benefits, scheduling, and other terms and conditions of employment. Yes, it does. This is like the first really straightforward, clear, true sentence that they've said. Absolutely. This is definitely what a process of collective bargaining does with a company. Now they want to scare you. Outcomes are not predetermined and depend on negotiations between both parties. That is correct. That goes without saying. However, they really want to say it here because they want to scare you into suggesting that the outcome could be bad if you allow collective bargaining. They want you to think about that. Especially because they drive that home with the next sentence. All the benefits and perks you currently enjoy would be on the bargaining table for both parties to negotiate based on what's most important to them. All the stuff that you currently like about your job, the benefits you enjoy, the so-called perks, I don't know what the perks are, but you could lose all of that. Anything that you like, your bathroom time, your health insurance, your ability to come in late to work and leave late because you want to avoid the traffic, or blah blah blah. Lunchtime, extended lunch and bathroom break time. Who knows? I'm trying to think of perks that wouldn't be listed as benefits. But anyway, you could lose all that shit, is what they're trying to say here. Right? They're trying to say that if you come to the collective bargaining table, you could lose things that you already have rather than gaining things that you want and need. That's what they're trying to highlight here. $5 gift cards for the holidays, yeah! Arena gems for the holidays. Because that doesn't cost Wizards anything. Sorry. Yeah. So this is the threat. This is the trying to scare you. Yeah, it could be free drinks in the cooler, could be anything like that. This is them trying to scare you. So here, that means you could end up with more. They're acknowledging the same. Here's where they're missing the Oxford comma, or less than you have now. They really want to introduce both same and less here, because less is super scary, and same would mean, okay, what if I went through all this trouble of unionizing and got, Hasbro and Wizards pissed off with me and it wasn't worth it because we didn't get anything. They want to emphasize those two things. They want to make sure that those make their way into the conversation, or at least into the audience's head. No union can guarantee what would happen in that bargaining process. No guarantees. They really want to drive home that you could lose stuff. They do not give any statistics on how many times unions have gone to the bargain table and lost. Or remained the same. They give no statistics on that, but they're perfectly happy to give a goddamn statistic on how long the bargaining process could take. Can be lengthy, 465 days on average. You could take over a year and almost a half, right? To get what you want, or to get less, or, right, you might be out of a job during that. You might be striking or during all of that. They want to put that in your head, even though there are protections for that. But suddenly they come up with a statistic. That's fantastic. But it could also take 2 weeks. Yeah. And which unions are taking 465 days to get anything done? Probably not the small union of Arena at Wizards. Yeah, grievance is taking over a year to be addressed. Exactly. Instead of ignored. Yes, yeah. We can instead of ignoring you, period, we might ignore you for only 465 days and then give you what you want. Yeah. So you can see what's being omitted here. It is, and what they're doing, they're trying to frighten people. This is pure fear-mongering. The way they've presented this, they want you to take their view of unionization. They want to make you as fearful of it as possible, and they want to just make, yeah. Anyway, if so here, oh look, but you don't have to be afraid, because if you don't choose union representation, Wizards of the Coast would continue to work directly with employees on workplace matters just as it does today. Nothing will change. We don't have to pay any attention to anything you have to say, with a much greater degree of flexibility than a typically rigid union contract. So this is... Oh, but you could still have your direct relationship with us. We'll continue to work with you if you don't unionize. But they don't say we are going to actually try to get X, Y, or Z that you're concerned about done. They still don't say that. That is still the same as we know that trust is earned and blah. We'll always listen better, contribute. Yeah. We'll be way cooler than that stinky union contract. Exactly. It smelled. Yeah, exactly. So this is the same empty promise. This is, but you don't have to fear. But they needed to follow this up with the same thing again. Now, there is no single right answer for everyone. Yes, there is sometimes. Like, there really is. This is a personal decision that each of you will make. Again, they're trying to single each person out so they don't feel part of a collective. Because if they don't feel part of a collective, then they might not unionize. Might not actually become part of a collective. Our future is stronger when we work together. Cool, but you can work together with a union. That's still working together. The argument you've always heard from engineering types is that unions won't permit overtime, and I want to keep working on my project. Yeah. I mean, technically, like, yes, I'm sure there are some things that, like, they won't permit unpaid overtime. If the company's willing to pay them, I think they'll do that. But you want to keep working on your I'm sure, boo-hoo for you, I'm sorry. Anyway, the future is stronger when our future is stronger when we work together is just completely disingenuous there. That's trying to intimate that the only time that they are have a strong future is when they work together individually as opposed to union and them. We believe your voice is strongest when it is heard directly, not through a third party. Now, normally that's the case. Hearsay is never as strong as directly from the source. That's not what this is, right? They are trying to disguise this with emotional language, right? Hey, Carillion. They're trying to disguise this with emotional language, right? Your voice being strong and heard, right? And then saying directly versus not through a third party. But that's actually not the case here. When your voice and others matches, when you scream together, it's way louder than you alone. Hey, Hamhawks! Welcome, welcome, welcome! So yes, this is way louder when you scream together. It's really, really important to understand that they're disguising that. No, have fun. European engineers were all part of guilds used to laugh and laugh. Yeah. So here, like I said, they're trying to use, so emotionally, we always feel that like hearing directly from the source is the strongest when our voice is strongest, not through a third party. Not the case. The third party here isn't really a third party. It's you together with people who are similarly minded. That all have one goal, which is to improve your working conditions. That's not a third party as such. If the union ever decided to do something that was against your best interest, you leave the union. Like, anyway, so you can see how they are misrepresenting, absolutely misrepresenting what a union is, what it would do. It's so bad. And they're also misrepresenting exactly how much, they're not even representing at all how they would change if given the opportunity. Like what actions they are taking, right, to address the concerns of the community. We encourage you to review the information available, ask questions, discuss with those you trust, and most importantly, make your voice heard by voting on June 2nd. This is a hand wave at being like, oh yeah, we're fine with this vote. Just don't vote for a union. Yes, some of the bigger, older unions have shifted in their priorities, certainly, and you can leave them. But those are bigger, older unions, and usually not quite small, large ones as well. So when you have a larger group, it is harder to please everybody. But when you're a smaller group with the same considerations, oftentimes you'll be okay. So here we go. With appreciation, whoever the fuck John is. That's the letter. That's one of the letters. They've been receiving them every day, they said. They've been receiving lots of these letters. The employer refused to recognize you, so they're going through legal. Yes, yeah. The employer, yeah. So basically, what happens was WotC's, which is the arena workers, decided to unionize, and then so United Wizards of the Coast, right, paired with CWA because CWA is advising them, etc. But the actual union is United Wizards of the Coast, WotC's, and they are. They unionized, and you can see if you click here, if you actually go to them, right, they introduce themselves. You can also sign their petition to be recognized, and go from there. But they are, right, here's how CWA is working with them, providing common framework and resources for workers establishing unions. They are not the union itself, and that's really misrepresented in this letter, as we talked about. But yes, you can sign their petition. You can, say and stand in solidarity with them, etc. So this is them. And then again, they gave Wizards a time period to recognize them, and they did not. And in fact, they hired, I forget who they hired. It's listed here somewhere. But yeah, daily anti-union emails. This is just one of them that we read today. Where's the... Hold on one sec. Yeah, Fisher Phillips, that's the one. They used... Fisher Phillips is an anti-union firm that they hired. Oh, here it is right here. This is since the announcement. They have hired Fisher Phillips, a union avoidance firm, and chosen to engage in a daily union avoidance campaign by sending emails to the team. Now they're doing letters, actual, like mail-delivered letters. Yeah. So... they've forced them into the drawn-out election process rather than listening to the overwhelming majority of employees. That is impressive. And so that gives you a sense of that some that we're talking about. Some have shared that they preferred, while others blah, blah, blah. But anyway, we've gone into a huge, big depth. I'm so sorry. That was a lot to consider. But But there's your rhetorical analysis, like the basic rhetorical analysis of like what that letter is doing. So if you missed it and you want to take a look at, yeah, it's really disgusting. And again, it is worth noting that, actually, hold on, give me 1 second to pull something up for you. Where'd it go? So it's worth noting that Hasbro just released a report saying its earnings for the first quarter of 2026. And driven by Wizards and Digital Gaming, led by Magic the Gathering. Oh ho. Fueled by releases of Lore and Eclipse and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, along with continued strength in backlist titles. Hasbro is making money hand over fist with Magic. It's the only thing, I think, besides D&D probably, which is also owned by Wizards of the Coast, that's making them money. They are losing money everywhere else as far as their toys and other shit, usually. Obviously, they've got some Monopoly Go money, some app money, etc. But one of the things that they are doing now is trying to... We don't know how much is Hasbro and how much is Wizards, and they can be inseparable sometimes, for exactly how much Hasbro is pushing Wizards to be anti-union, etc., and have to send out like these daily fucking letters. So this is just one of them, right? Again. And hopefully that's helpful for you to understand what's going on and a little bit of background about unions in the United States if you're not from here, and what unions have done and how disingenuous this is. And yes. So, it is brutal. But if you missed a moment, it will be up on the YouTube. If you want to see that later, it'll be up, the full VOD will be there. But we did a full rhetorical analysis of this particular letter received by employees. So, yeah, brutal. So fucking annoying. But yeah, that's what's going on with Arena employees and WotC, and there's not much we can do about it, except support the union in any way possible, and just make it clear that we all support the union. But this is just an insight into some of the workings here. Yeah. So, so we've got this going. It's not the best because, again, we were competing with somebody for, or possibly two people for a Silver Quill by the end. Yes. Unions are responsible for there being a middle class at all, essentially. And that is a threat often to the super wealthy. All right, let's see if we can get a win or so with this before I have to leave to, well, hopefully I don't have to leave from appointment during this. We'll see. All right. But yeah, hopefully that was interesting and not boring. Fuck this. Well, it might be fast. Worse. Okay. Well, too bad. Do. Yes, yeah, everybody. The United States is fully populated with people who are just like apparently momentarily embarrassed billionaires. Oh, I'm so glad you Litchi. All right, what are we doing? We are. I think we have to rejoinder here. Try and find a land. Of course not. Why would we ever get a land? I can do this. I don't think it's good enough right now. I think we're probably losing this one. Don't think I want to trade the Acolyte for the student just yet. Yeah, they're pooping out 5 drops at this point. Probably not happening. Do I have another turn? I hope I have another turn. I think I have to at least get that out for like practice offense to do stuff. But I don't think we're winning this one. 2 little land. Brutal. All right. I think if I'd drawn another land here, doing this twice might have given us a chance, but as of right now, less so. I have to give double strike. So it's still gonna be here. I just need another land, I think. If I could have targeted it like the other thing twice, like, so target this, and then target this and put another +1/+1 counter in this, it would have been great. I think we would have had a shot. As it is right now, I don't think so. But we will play it out and try. God, that's close to being good. So here come 2 1/1 bats, or whatever they are. Inklings. fuck. Alright, well. It was a long shot anyway. Brutal. Alright, let's just not show them any of the rest of this. Do I need to go to 17 lands? I don't think I should have to. Cut one Osteomancer. Go to 17 lands. I shouldn't do it based on one thing, but I do like having extra mana to be able to target things and use Killian's Confidence if we ever get it. Yeah, with WotC especially, with art, the art direction is a different, you know, the art and art direction is different from the arena union, etc. But they absolutely, the artists, I wish they would, I hope that you get to unionize soon too. I mean, but they're not, they're very careful. I think Wizards hires them out as like contractors and stuff. Actually, WotC used, in its latest arena promo, like commercial type thing, it used AI art. You could tell because all of the text was bullshit on the cards. AI video. I think it's correct to keep this, but that could be wrong. Oof. Alright, at least these games have been fast. Did you have a lot of hand disruption? Interesting. Definitely don't want to go bigger with the Necroscribe then. I wonder if I want the second Osteomancer over the Dust Speaker at that point. Possibly. Play versus draw is huge here, unfortunately, but there we are. Okay. Nope. What the fuck? I give up. This is so stupid. Draws are so fucking bad. Come on. That sucks. Lands are gonna land. You know it. I have to have something, because if I block here... Joke's on you, my hand is bad! Killians! Killians, please! Ah, fudge. Killian's confidence would have been so good there. Honestly, that's like the card you most want to draw in this deck. I would have happy to run like 3. Maybe even 4. You still have 4 cards in hand, though. We need to find practiced offense or Killian's confidence into that, or... Alright. Mergonk. Enjoy my swamp. Alright, if they have something, they have something here. I think we just let this happen. I don't think I put two things in the way. Yeah, we're gonna do that anyway. Good. Hmm. Oh, for fuck's sake! Uh-huh. Alright, they get to draw a card. They already get to draw cards here, so we're just gonna let them do these things. Bugger. That is not... Where's the Killian's confidence? Need it! Or practice defense! Or bitter triumph! Or rapier wit at least draws us a card. Osteomancer gets something back? Oh well. Alright, I think we have lost. Unfortunate. There's a possibility, but I doubt with them drawing 2 extra cards per turn that I can get there. If they have any removal, we're only depending on this flyer right now. This is obviously a May, so again, they don't have to mill themselves out or kill themselves via the damage. Lots of pest tokens. Life gain. I think I had a shot if I had to do something other than the Banemaker that turn, because I could give this flying something to target. Like, the Killians would be the best, but something to target. What are you gonna do? Yeah. Flood into Screw is rough. I'm gonna get 4 life on the attack. There's nothing much I can do. Have one, go get watch! We still have 12 cards left. 11 now. Don't know how I get out of this. All right. I'm gonna soak up some of the damage, hopefully. The Essence Knit is not a May, I think. I hate this. This is so brutal. There's so many lands. Like, we got 3 lands in the first game, and now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. God. Oh yeah, practice offense would have killed them that turn. But Inkling would gain flying, we'd double it, and the we'd be able to do it twice, so each of these would gain double strike, and they only had 1 flying blocker. They probably have removal as well by now. Unbelievable. All right, we're dead. It doesn't matter. Oh well, at least it ends in time for me to go to my appointment. We did our best. It wasn't much. We couldn't feel, so we tried to touch. Okay, anyway, sorry. Yeah, we had outs, but unfortunately we drew metric fuck ton of lands. What just happened? The fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? How did they give me cards? Oh, the paradigm. Got it. Is there any way I can survive this turn? I go to 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Brog came into play last time, and then... No, we die. Okay. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, we had practice fence as an out, but we just drew like 5 lands in a row. Nothing to be done there. Okay. But we can open some packs. No, we cannot open some packs. I lied. We already did. All right. So, again, if you wanted to check out the rhetorical analysis of the letter, the anti-union busting type, attempted union busting type, it's not busting really, but it's anti-unionization letter that one of many that Wizards is sending directly to workers' homes. That is going to be in the VOD here. That will be up as soon as I finish streaming. If you want to see box openings and other stuff that's also on that YouTube channel. And if you like it, consider liking and subscribing. It really helps out the channel. But if it's not for you, thank you so much for checking it out anyway. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your time. And hopefully I'll see you back live if that's your thing. And if not, no worries. Have such a wonderful time. But yes, let's go raid somebody awesome so I can go get to my doctor's appointment. It's just a yearly checkup, thank goodness. But I don't want to miss it. Let's see how bad the traffic is. Hold on. No, it's not that bad. Okay, good. So I can eat something first. Yay. All right. So let's go see who's online. Looks like DeFore and Akil are both online. Let's do Akil. Akil has fewer viewers and is doing best of 3 draft. So that you can have some more magic other than just our rhetorical analysis stuff. But we got a nice trophy earlier, as well as a pretty bad run at one point. So we'll come back and I get to play lots of traditional awesome stuff. So I'm really excited for tonight. Okay, so Akil. There we go. So yeah, so thank you so much for hanging out with me. I hope you not so much enjoyed, but at least now understand more about what's going on with Wizards and their and Arena's staff's attempts to organize into a union and have collective bargaining power to protect their jobs and their livelihood and their wages and so on and so forth. So hopefully that helped. And yeah, but I was really appalled by that letter, so I did want to talk about it. But generically, it's just always really, really worthwhile to talk about rhetorical analysis with other people, because your insights, which you gave really nicely, thank you so kindly, thank you so much, were not only hilarious, but Cape, I'm sorry. Were not only hilarious and interesting, but valuable, because a lot of what one person sees in rhetorical analysis, another person will see differently potentially, or just not have seen at all. And so I really appreciate your sharing your insights, and that's just really, really nice. And it's just always nice to practice it, because it helps you to be able to evaluate when people are trying to mislead you, when people are putting their opinions in an attempt to persuade you as opposed to actual facts. So anyway, love you all. I hope you have a most wonderful morning, noon, night, afternoon, tea, second breakfast, whatever time it is for you.